Hey guys, it's Phoenix Dragon here, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you so happen to celebrate. I hope everybody has had a great day so far. We're going to get back into doing some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and I want to give a shout out to, again, Bitten Toast last night for raiding me right at the end, and thanks for the follows for Shaken Bakers and Snowy Rose. Welcome to the den, you wonderful people. So we're gonna get into this and see how far we can get. I know, it says press enter, press enter, press enter. There we go. I pressed enter. Hey, I pressed entered. There we go. It'll go big. There we go. So we're gonna continue on and see how far we go, because we still have to finish the samurai case, and of course we need to, there's 2 more episodes after that that I'd like to hopefully get done by tomorrow, so we're gonna do as much as we can and see what we can do, because I have a whole different plan for next week. October 19, 9:42 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Mr. Wright? Yes. Why do you look so unhappy? Oh, nothing. Really, it's nothing. Right, Mia? Uh-oh, she looks even unhappier. Phoenix, your client is now practically a dead man walking. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him. This is no time for dead people jokes, please. You know we're going into this trial utterly defenseless. Yet, if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it. Something overlooked. We have to find something, Phoenix, today. It's that or lose the trial. This isn't going to be easy. It's going to be dependent on the witnesses, I guess. I mean, we still have that bottle of sleeping pills, so, which nobody has been able to explain. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. An unexpected fact has come to the attention of the court. Yesterday we learned that there were other people present at the studios. Today I would like to show evidence proving they had nothing to do with the murder. Very well. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. I wonder if it'll be that producer. Prosecution calls Mr. Sal Manella to the stand. Or that director. Will the witness state his name and profession? How rude can you get? You don't know me? I'm the director. I make the Steel Samurai, noob. Just because you're a director does not mean you don't state your name and whatnot. That still has to be done for the court. Salmonella. I'm a director, television. Were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of that day. Phoenix, let's start by picking this testimony apart. If Powers is innocent, you know what that means. Someone in the trailer on that day did it. Right. She doesn't waste any time putting on the pressure. Day of the murder. I was at the studios from around 9 that morning. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run-through. Took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. But I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. We were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. That's about it. The time of Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30. And according to your testimony, you were in the meeting at that time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor? Because he does. I'm not entirely sure why. And are we sure it's sweat? I mean, I know he has a towel around his neck, but I don't know. I was at the studios from around 9 that morning. Is that when you always come into work? Oh no. I come in all sorts of hours. It's the industry way. And I know all about the freaks in your industry. Still, FWIW, I was pretty busy all day. Tell us more about that. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run-through. In the employee area? That's right. It was a fight scene between the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate. Was anyone else at that run-through? Oh yeah, that security lady was sitting there watching the whole thing. She was cheering on Hammer, if you can believe it. Certainly has the lungs for it. Anyone else? Nope, just us four. Took a lot more time than I thought it would. Why did it go on so long? Pretty sure Jeeves already heard about this, but WP twisted his ankle during the run-through scene. Right, thus the limp. Which of course led me to missing my lunch. ROFS rolling on the floor starving? I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. What exactly did they have for lunch? T-bone steak. The assistant cooks them up. Come to think of it, there was some plate with some bones on it in the employee area. Whoa. Everyone else, meaning that the witness, did not eat with them. But I had a meeting in studio trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. So in the end, you didn't get to eat. Yeah, no steak at least. Can you believe it? That must have been tough. Phoenix? Yeah? Doesn't something about that seem odd to you? Yeah, it does seem odd now that you mention it. Mr. Manella? What do you want? Oh. When I went to Studio 2, I saw something on the table there. There were 2 plates, the same kind of plates as the ones in the employee area. Who ate lunch there? Ah! Good call, Sweats. Now he's sweating. I was so embarrassed I didn't mention it, but I did eat after all. A T-bone steak, you mean? Yeah, well, I mean, the assistant went through all the trouble. I brought it to the trailer thinking I could eat it later. Clearly a man who likes to eat. I suspected as much. So when exactly did you eat it? We took 1 break during that meeting. I wolfed it down then. A mental image I will carry with me to my grave. Wait a second. They took a break in that meeting. That contradicts his testimony. I'll press on that one a bit more. The meeting until 4 p.m. What were you discussing? The Steel Samurai story and our budget? Get this, the sponsors turn to me and say, Mr. Manella, these scripts of yours are not appropriate for children. Can you believe it? Actually, I kind of can. So nobody left the table during the whole meeting. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one out left their chairs. You didn't take a single break? Well, yeah. Not a one. What's he sweating so much about, I wonder? If only I had an idea. Wait a second. Maybe I do have an idea. Wait a second. You just contradicted yourself. Didn't you just tell the court that you ate that T-bone steak during a break? Oops. Well, Mr. Manella, what's this all about? Well, yeah, I guess we did take a little break. Phoenix, great job. If they took a break, one of them could have gone to the studio during that time. Your Honor, I call on the witness to testify to the court about this break. Very well. Mr. Manella, your testimony, please. Uh-oh, Edgeworth is laughing. The break. Well, FIW, we took a break. But it was only 15 minutes. 15, that's 13 in base 12. Not enough time for someone to, say, commit murder in Studio 1. That's only just enough time to eat a T-bone steak, if you ask me. I don't think it would even be enough time for that. But that's just me. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. What time exactly did you take this break? I'd say it was around 2:30 or so until 2:45. That's the time of the death. So he could have gone to Studio 1, killed Hammer, and come back. I guess it's possible, time-wise. But it was only 15 minutes. That's only 13 in base 12. What were you doing for those 15 minutes? Eating my T-bone steak? What else? There were 2 plates on that table. Oh, right. The other one was Dee Vasquez's plate. To eat a T-bone steak in 15, that's quite a feat. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder in the Studio One. Why is that?
Objection!
Haven't we had enough of this pointless line of questioning? Your Honor, the testimony to this point has been made certain fact painfully clear. The people in the trailer had nothing to do with this murder. It's impossible for any of them to go to Studio One. What? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting one of the people in the trailer went to Studio One? Well, Mr. Wright? Phoenix, this is critical. Think about it before you give your answer. Do you claim someone from trailer went to Studio One? Block the path. Yeah, see, because of Mr. Monkey's head, it's not possible. I don't want to write off so many possible suspects, but I can't keep claiming the impossible either. I agree that it was impossible for anyone in the trailer to go to the studio at that time. I thought you might be thoughtlessly treading on the ice again. But I see you had at least an inkling of the truth. What do you mean, Mr. Inchworth? It's quite simple. True, the break in the trailer came right around the time of death. However, the path from there was seen and the crime was blocked. The fall of Miss Monkeyhead barred the way. Around 2:15, a strong gust of wind knocked off the studio's mascot head. Ergo, when the people in the trailer took a break at 2:30, the way to the studio was blocked. Blocked by Miss Monkey, severed head. It's actually Mr. Monkey, but Edgeworth has a point. And somehow I feel no desire to correct him. I believe we have seen enough evidence. I'd like to relieve Miss Ranella from the stand. What? It's over? Very well. The court's opinion is that in this case we have found that there were several other people in the studio. 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is also clear that none of these people could have gone to Studio One. They therefore have no relation to this case. Therefore, with regards to the photo of Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. All that is lacking decisive evidence that he is the one who did it. If we had that, I'm afraid I would have to find Mr. Powers guilty, Your Honor. The prosecution is pleased to announce that we indeed have a decisive evidence, a witness. Who is this witness? A witness saw the very moment when Steel Samurai skewered the victim. The kid. Order! I will have order. I see. Court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear your witness. Court is adjourned for recess. Yeah, they're gonna call the kid. What do we do now, Mia? If everyone in that trailer has an alibi... I'm sorry, Phoenix. I guess I was wrong. Mia, don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have? Don't get me wrong. I'm never giving up on a trial before. Not while there is a chance. Only one thing became clear in your cross-examination. The people in the trailer could not have gone to Studio One. Thought there was more than that. To it than that. But I was wrong. That's all there is. What's going to happen to me? It kind of seems like everyone in that courtroom thinks I did it. They think I'm a murderer. Don't worry, Mr. Powers. If you're innocent, we will prove it. I guarantee it. Leave it to us and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai. Here to children everywhere, after all. You. Thanks. He's such a softie. Okay, Phoenix, this one's on for the kids. Let's do it. She doesn't normally look like that. That's Maya turned Mia. Court is back in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Now, here's a question. Because you're dealing with an minor, I'm hoping they have... If you walked into court that way, they would shoot you. Yes. Yeah. So, Maya It's channeling her deceased sister, who was your former boss, who was murdered in episode 2. So the outfit you see is actually Maya's, and it doesn't actually look that way on Maya. It's just 10-year difference between the sisters. Makes it look a little more adult. Prosecution has a concern. As our witness is a grade schooler in tenured years, and this is a murder case, we worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning. Nice to see Edgeworth taking a moral high ground. However, we have no choice. Prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on? Oh, right. Guard, bring a box. One of those donut crates should do. Donut crates? Yeah, he's a school-age kid. He is a witness. Usually, even in the States, they have chairs you sit on, so it'd be a booster seat. And normally they don't allow cameras. Will the witness state his name and grade in school? Witness! What? Just because you're all grown up don't mean you can push me around. Oh yeah, this kid's got a serious attitude too. Cody, answer his question, okay? Hey, it's you, the nice lady! I'm Cody Hackins, I'm in 2nd grade. Okay, so he's 7. If he was going to our schools here. Maybe 8. I get the feeling this is going to be a long, long day. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle. Witness, Cody, is having trouble with the gentle thing. You were present, you were at Global Studios on the day of the incident? You got a problem with that? Please tell us what you saw that day. What, Pops? You want me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there? Just, Mr. Edgeworth would be fine. I preferred bearded gentlemen. Whoa! Okay, I'm not skipping through that. They do that intentionally, I think. Incidentally, photographic equipment is strictly forbidden in this courtroom. Oof. My apologies, Your Honor. He said he wouldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if this is possible. Wait, so you're saying you had bargain terms with a kid and you lost? Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet. But I bring it with me everywhere I go. Phoenix, I wonder if he had that camera on the day of the murder. You'd better make a note of it in the court record. Very well, Cody. Please testify to the court about what you saw the day of the incident. I wanted to see a Steel Samurai rehearsal just once. I found a map on the internet and went to the studios that day. I went through the woods off the path so that the old lady wouldn't catch me. I was going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. When I came out by the studio, there was the Steel Samurai. It totally rocked right before my eyes. Out came the big guy. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. Pow! If I had my camera with me, that would have been time for a shot, I tell you. Anyway, I couldn't get into the studio, so I went home. Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination, but be gentle. Remember, you're talking to a child. This kid is tougher than most adults we see in here, honestly. We've already dealt with him. I wanted to see a Steel Samurai rehearsal just once. You really like the Steel Samurai, huh? Of course I do. I've taped every show. And I go to all the live performances. That's impressive. Have you been to the amusement park? Of course, duh. My dad always takes me. Poor dad. I found a map on the internet and went to the studios that day. Was that day the first time you'd been to the studio? Actually, I've been a couple of times. I never managed to get there on a rehearsal day. And that security lady's always yelling. Right, please continue. Chill, Pops, I'm getting to it. How am I supposed to talk with you cutting me off all the time? Jeez. I went through the woods off the path so that old lady wouldn't catch me. Off the path? Yeah, you know how the studios are in a valley here. If you go off the path a little, there's woods. That's where I was. I see. Anyhow, I was going for the studio. Wait, he wasn't in the studio yet, so why was the body found in the studio? Did nothing unusual happen on your way to the studio? Unusual? Did you see this monkey by any chance? Oh, you mean Mr. Monkey? Yeah, I saw him, but his head wasn't busted. So you went straight to the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. You got lost in the woods? Yeah, I couldn't figure out which way I was walking. Man, I relieved when I saw the blue studio doors. But guess what happened next? When I came out by the studio, there was Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai? Yeah, he was standing by the studio gate. It looked like he was thinking about something before going in. Then he opened the gate and went inside. I see. What then? I totally rocked right before my eyes. That out came the bad guy. What sort of bad guy was it? A guy? A person? Kind of tall? Skinny? Are you sure it was a guy? I don't know. It was kind of far away. Being awfully vague. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. Pow. What happened to the bad guy? Huh? Well, he kind of didn't move. Not a bit. Like he was dead. I guess he's a real pro. What a great actor. Yeah, I suppose he was. If I had my camera with me, that would have been in time for a shot, I tell you. If you had your camera? You mean you weren't carrying your camera then? No, I wasn't. It's not like I have all the time. Really? I seen the killing freaked him out and he went home. Phoenix? Remember, he's a child. Use gentle words, but be firm. Easy for you to say. Want to see Steel Samurai just once. Okay. Went through the woods. The witness statement is clearly faulty. I'm sorry, but I can't see no... Oops. Wrong place. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you. Yeah. Wait. If he saw it at 2:30... He's going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way for about 30 minutes. When I came out of the studio, there was Steel Samurai. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence... No, they aren't, are they? Yeah. No, I know that. Came out by the studio, there's a Steel Samurai, totally rocked right before my eyes. Out came the bad guy. Cody, what you just seems a little strange. Didn't you say before that you always bring your camera wherever you go? You were quite clear about that. Huh? Cody, you shouldn't lie here. You understand that, right? Mr. Wright, a word with you? Uh-oh, was I putting too much pressure on? What is this digital contraption you're talking about? It's, a digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. How do I explain that? I see. Anyway, Cody, I can't believe you wouldn't bring your camera on a trip to the studios. You did bring it with you, didn't you? Mr. Wright, how cruel of you are to terrorize a poor child so. I don't care if he's a child or prosecuting attorney. No one should lie in court. What do you mean, or a prosecuting attorney? Well, Cody? What? Yeah, so I had my camera, so what? You got a problem with that? So you did have a camera? And did you use this camera? Why would I use it? I was too busy watching. Very well, please testify to the court about what you were busy watching. Yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to this action. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy. Wham! Then the bad guy stopped moving. He's so strong, the Steel Samurai rules. Ah, is that all? Well, that was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Yeah, I had my camera with me. So why didn't you use it? He's getting to that. Relax and listen. I didn't use it because I was too busy watching the real thing. But I was glued to the action and I couldn't take my eyes off it. So you were watching the Steel Samurai? Did you watch the whole fight? Yeah, of course. You didn't turn away, not even once? No. Okay then, tell us exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm getting to that. The Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy. Wham! So the bad guy attacked him first. Yeah. What sort of person was this bad guy? I told you, a person. He was a person. How was he dressed? I kind of don't remember. I was too busy watching the Steel Samurai. I see. And what happened next? Then, the bad guy stopped moving. Why? Huh? What do you mean, why? Why wasn't the bad guy moving? Well, because the Steel Samurai brought him to justice. And how exactly did he do that? How did he do it? With a samurai kick, and a samurai punch, samurai chop, and a samurai slap. Something like that. He's still being vague about this. What? Don't give me that look, Pops. How should I play this? Cody? What? Something's bothering me. Before you said that you couldn't take your eyes off the action. Yeah, so what? Yet you missed the most important part. What is the meaning of this? The witness stated that what he saw quite clearly. You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me, what kind of murderer uses a samurai slap? My point is this. Cody, you may have seen some of the Steel Samurais fight. God, I can't read this morning. But you missed the important part, the killing blow. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, how could this be? Can you explain how he might have missed something so vital? Well, the thing is, Phoenix, I believe you're on the right track with this. Think, why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? I know you. You can figure this out. Mr. Wright, your answer. We have ascertained that this young boy is a great fan of Steel Samurai. Why wouldn't you watch the climax of the fight? Your Honor, I believe I have evidence. Yes, Your Honor. Why did Cody look away from the fight? Here's my proof. Proof? Can I do that again? He missed the climax of the fight because he was looking at something else, probably. Probably? Something else? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. How could he possibly distract the boy from seeing his idol, the Steel Samurai, fight? What do you claim he was looking at? Because he couldn't watch it. How could he calmly, watch a murder taking place at his age? Just a moment, please. One thing has become quite clear in the boy's testimony. He did not believe he was witnessing a murder. He was watching the Steel Samurai fight, like on TV. The more real fight, the more he would have watched. The security office wouldn't have anything because they don't have any cameras that are there, or still cameras, and they didn't take any pictures of it. In fact, the body was actually found in the studio, not outside where he would have seen it. Huh? I could have agreed with the Edgeworth. Well, Mr. Wright, another explanation. Maybe have to ascertain this is a great fan. I have watched. The camera. The witness stated that he recently received this camera. Yes, I'm aware of that. He wasn't entirely familiar with its operation. I'm aware of that too. Ah, correct. Why would Cody be looking somewhere else in the critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture. Hey! Bullseye. What's your problem, Pops? You got a thing for picking on little kids? Pressing, not picking. Good job. Cody was lying clearly. Smart of you to realize there was no way he could just stand there, watching his hero, and not take a picture. Right. Cody, there's only one reason why you would have looked away from the fight, and that was because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received a camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So you missed the climax of the fight, correct? Yeah. Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything that he's hiding more than that. Have him testify again. Right. Your Honor, defense would like to request that Cody Hackins testify once more. Very well, Cody. Could you please tell us about your camera? And about why you didn't take the picture of the fight? Welcome to the real world, kid. No photo. Yeah, you're right, Pops. The Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the villain, so I held out my camera to take a picture, but the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened. Yep. Anything strange in that testimony, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure. But I'd like to proceed with the cross-examination anyway. So you did see the beginning of the fight? Yeah. Did you notice anything unusual? I guess the Steel Samurai was moving a little strange. Moving strangely? So I held up my camera to take a picture. Why couldn't you take a picture? My new camera was too many buttons. I couldn't figure it out. I tried to take a picture. I really tried. But the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. When the lens opened, what did you see? Well, a person on the ground and the Steel Samurai. That's all that happened. That's all? Yeah, I told you, I didn't take a picture. I would have, once I got the lens open. Did he really not have a picture? Not even one? Nah, he definitely would have taken a picture. There's gotta be something here I can use. Cody? Listen up, Cody Hackins. I know exactly what happened that day. You took a picture. Hey! Bullseye. How did you know? I see through all your lies, Cody. It's one of my powers. Wow, this feels great. Yeah, I took a picture. Perhaps you can change your testimony to reflect this, Cody. I took a few shots, but I was too late, so I erased them. You erased them? Yeah. Why would you erase a picture of your beloved Steel Samurai victorious? Well, you know, why would I want to keep a picture like that? He's becoming less and less cooperative. Better find a clear contradiction soon, or some solid evidence. How can I pick holes in such a short testimony? There has to be something. Dig up the dirt. Find out what the kid's all about. Okay, so that's gonna be the same. I remember the lens wouldn't open in time. It took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. Oh, I did that one already. Why couldn't you take a picture? Lenses, tried. Person on the ground, Steel Samurai. You erase them. Yeah. Want a picture like that. Oh, wait. Yeah, you can't totally erase them. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly... There are... Oops. This evidence clearly... Ah! Hmm. Hmm. Nope. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to present the book. I know the book has something to do with it. What, man, every time you say Cody, you follow it with something bad. And I think I figured it out. I just wanted to thank you for giving me this the other day. Oh, right. What was it to you? You told me then? I go to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow. Wazam! I got them all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. Did you really get a picture of the Steel Samurai standing victorious over his foe? Oops. If you did, I find it hard to believe that you would just erase it. Wouldn't you keep it for your album? Ah! Mr. Wright, what exactly is this album? It's called Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle the Steel Samurai has won. I see. Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor? Among all of his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day? Order! Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? If the Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary, I certainly would expect to see a picture of it in this album. Exactly my point, Your Honor. No, wait, no way. Phoenix, I think we finally discovered the truth. And what a truth it is. Mia, are we sure about this? If it was the Steel Samurai, yeah, exactly. Well, we know it wasn't our client. Did he actually... Yes, I'm pretty sure what you're thinking is right. Tell them, Phoenix. Tell them what the truth is. Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what is going on here. Why was there no picture in the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the photo? I can think of only one reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos. You mean the Steel Samurai lost? Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? Tell the truth. The bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai. No! No way! No! It's impossible! The Steel Samurai never loses. He never loses to anyone. Ever. Your Honor? The witness has revealed everything with his own words. There was a reason why he lied and told us he didn't take a picture. The same reason he erased his precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible. He saw the Steel Samurai lose. Yet to admit what he saw would destroy everything he believed in. That's why he lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. Order! I will have order. Witness, Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw. And that is why you have a guardian involved. Cody, that day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight, right? Okay. You're right. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Wah! Order! Yeah. Children are easy to break. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim. Yet, according to your witness's testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell. Mr. Wright, what's going on? Apparently we have all made a serious error. An error? What's all this about? Hammer was the victim, Steel Samurai was the victim. Costume switch, yeah. If you understand what really happened, it's quite simple. At the end of the fight, the Steel Samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the Steel Samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? Jack Hammer was Steel Samurai. That's why you can't find the costume. Order! So the Steel Samurai in the photograph, you're saying the man in the costume was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run-through that morning. Thus, he obviously knew about Will Power's foot injury. But wait, hadn't Mr. Hammer gone to Studio 1 already? That's what everyone thought. But remember what Mr. Oldbag said in her testimony. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Did I see poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station. Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch. However, no one saw him going to Studio 1, nor was there a picture of him. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a nap in his dressing room. He then snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. Why would the victim do such a thing? I don't know. I get it. I thought that Steel Samurai was moving strange, so it was a different person inside the suit. Pops! Huh? Me? What? Actually, there was one piece of data I saved. Data? Yeah, a photo on my digital camera. What? Show us, quick. No way, man. Not if you're gonna look at me like that. Now. Sniff. Here, this is it. Huh? Well, looking at this, it's still a little hard to say. I'm afraid that it could be anyone in that costume. Your opinion, Mr. Wright. I agree, Your Honor. This isn't decisive evidence. I'm sorry, this doesn't look like it's the proof we need. I'll give it back. Wait, Phoenix. Mia? What? Look at that photo once more. That's it, Phoenix. That photo is all the evidence you need to win this trial. What? Your Honor? May I see the photo once more, please? Certainly. I don't see why not. I don't know about y'all, but I know what the problem is. Phoenix, show it me. There's glaring decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in that photo. Bingo! Right up here in the corner. Boop! Your Honor, look at this. I see. A gate. No, not the sword. The murder supposedly happened in Studio 1. This is Studio 2. A gate? Might I draw your number to the attention to the number on that gate? Number? Ah, yes. Well, it's hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Clearly not a 1, Your Honor. Correct. Exactly. The spear is also not broken. Ah! I believe Mr. Edgeworth sees what I'm getting at. Yep, he broke the spear when he fell, and injured his leg. But that's impossible. Eh? What's this all about? Please explain, so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. I'll use the studio guide map. The body was found here in Studio 1. However, what do we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder? It does not say 1 on the gate in the photo. Your Honor, here's the true scene of the crime. Show the judge where the murder took place. Right here. It was here. What does that have to do with the number on the gate or the photograph? And why was there no blood? Exactly, there's no blood under this. Sorry, Your Honor, I guess I hadn't thought of that through yet. Think it through before you point at the map. Once again, where is the scene of this crime? Well, that's the gate there. Is it, Well, it's supposed to be... Maybe it was this side? No. This is the gate. Oh, that's the studio itself, so it would be here. Ugh. No, that's not it either. Because, I mean, it would be... But it was blocked here, that's the thing, right? So it must have been... Yeah. Here at Studio 2, I see. That would explain the 2 on the gate of the photo. Your Honor, I find it very significant that the murder took place in Studio 2. All 3 of these is accurate. As you may recall, there was a trailer in Studio 2. Now, on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in the meeting corresponding to the time of death. During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss D. Vasquez were outside eating steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked, so we have her. The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Remember Mr. Salmonella's testimony. Allow me to remind the court. He said no one in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio 1. Yet, in actuality, the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime, Studio 2. Order! Order! The defense makes the following claims. The scene of the crime was Studio 2. The person that security guard Miss Oldbag saw was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer, for some reason, stole the steel samurai's costume. Then he went to Studio 2. This is madness. Jack Hammer was the victim. The victim. Why would he steal the steel samurai costume? Are you suggesting he did so to cover up details of his own murder? Well, no, of course not. Or do you have proof? Give me proof that victim, Jack Hammer stole. I have proof. I have proof. You do? You do, Miss Wright? Now that they're so surprised, suddenly I am much less confident. I think I'm right, though. Here's my proof that Jack Hammer stole the costume. Boop! This is it. An empty medicine bottle? I found this on the table in the employee area. The same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills. The defendant, Mr. Powers, spent the entire afternoon sleeping. He was drugged by Mr. Hammer. I knew those would come in handy soon. Wait a minute. That bottle does raise some suspicion, yes. But there is no proof that Mr. Hammer used it. Your Honor, I have an idea. An idea? Very well, let's hear it. I want to check this bottle for fingerprints. If my claim is true, Mr. Hammer's fingerprints should show up on this bottle. Huh? I suppose you're right. Very well. The court will take possession of the bottle. So you can't test the defendant's blood because it's been a few days and the sleeping pills would be out of the system. Empty bottle given to the judge. The court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Cody Hacken's testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. Exactly. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we thought previously. The Steel Samurai seen by Miss Oldbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. The scene of the crime was not Studio 1, but Studio 2. And those in the trailer did have time to commit the murder. I think it was Jack Hammer because of the fact that he was tired of being the villain. He wanted to be the Steel Samurai. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Your homework is to find the answer to the following question. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? Also, who killed him and why? Find the answers for me by tomorrow. That's a lot of homework. Mr. Edgeworth? You will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to reconsider your suspicion of Mr. Powers. As you say, Your Honor. This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Very well. Court is adjourned. October 19, 2:47 p.m. Phew! That was a close one. We were saved by a hair, and that's all that counts. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial. Me too. Really? You both seem so confident. Maybe I should take up a career in acting. I was ready to pronounce you dead about 3 times back there. Me too. Dead? Ho ho, of course, we're kidding. Are you serious? I wasn't kidding. Now, Mr. Powers, we have to make our final investigation, but I promise you, we'll find the true killer by tomorrow's trial. Right, thanks. He's such a teddy bear. He looks very gruff, really big, but he's very soft in the heart. And I'm going to take a break, guys. So I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Had to go check on my kitty. Alright, 3:27 p.m., October 19, Wright and Company Law Offices. That was a close one, huh, Mia? Really? Too bad, I'm sorry I missed it. Huh? Ah! Maya! So, what happened? Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive and proof. Wow, good going, Nick! Under the initial trial system, tomorrow is the last day we have. Initial trial? What's that? That's a new court system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. Which is why you have a murder, they arrest you right away, whether you did it or not. And then you hold the trial, pretty much all in a week, less than a week. So under the system, trials have to end in 3 days? Yep, pretty much. Well, we've no time to waste. I don't get it, Maya. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? What? You mean Mr. Hammer was wearing the costume? Yeah. But Mr. Hammer was the victim, Nick. Why would he go through the trouble of stealing it? That's what we gotta find out. What happened with the director's testimony? Well, that's pretty clear that the producer and the director were both in the trailer. Huh. Which means that the killer has to be one of them. Really? Why? Because the real scene of the crime is Studio 2, where the trailer is. What? Was Maya always this excitable? Well, have you noticed anything that might help us? I can't see what's going on when Mia is here. So no, I haven't noticed anything. Right. Maybe we should go talk to WP. WP Powers, right. See if there's anything around here. I should have read all these by now. Mia's desk. Actually, it's my desk now. Sitting here always makes me feel like a professional. Mia's favorite potted plant. Mia has been watering it so much it looks like a little swollen. She's either trying to make it grow or she's perfecting her water torture technique. Nope. Let's go see the detention center. Mr. Wright, you did very well again today. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears? Wow, Nick, you must have really wowed them in here. Could you wipe that grin off your face? Hey, WP! Only 1 day left. Let's make it count. Yes. Though it's not really anything I can do to help. I'm not really sure what I can do either. Please, this is no laughing matter. Could you tell me more about Miss Vasquez? Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. And they say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and what? Nothing. Forget it. I've only heard rumors anyhow. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manella? Oh, he used to be a minor straight-to-video director. But something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows the name Sal Manella. I hear it's pretty much at her beck and call, though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that. I can imagine him being at her beck and call. Though I can't mention him jumping. I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? But then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Oh yeah, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started in this business. But he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in little productions at Global. How could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, that was right when Miss Vasquez came to Global 5 years ago. Guard marches the room. He seems frozen in awe of Mr. Powers. Okay. Excuse me? Okay. Regarding the murder weapon, yes? Is it very heavy? Okay, yeah, it's pretty hefty. Don't think an average person would be able to wield it, swing it effectively. So I don't think it's the little assistant. Broke or something during the morning run through. Yeah, I goofed on a run kick. Broke the spear. Security lady fixed it for me right away though. With duct tape, we heard. Have you seen this, Mr. Powers? What? What's that? I've never seen these steel samurais in my life. These are the steel samurais that appear at live shows. A fanboy collected all these pictures himself. Seeing things like this merely makes me think. I mean so much to these kids, you know? Wow. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about that. Alright, on to the studio. The old windbag sure is quiet today. You know, this place is really peaceful like this. Nick? I think our guard's down. Yeah? I bet we could even eat those donuts in the guard station if we wanted. You eat, you die. Phew! She's alive. I was wondering about Dee Vasquez, the producer. Oh, the studio bigwigs love her. So she's always gets her way. She seems bitter. Do you not like the producer? Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry. Can I ask you about Salmonella, the director? Sal? He's soft, a pushover, does whatever Vasquez tells him to. She treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it. Huh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick? No, it doesn't, Maya. About Mr. Hammer. Ah! I heard about what you said today. Cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer. You drag his star down from the sky and stomp on it, calling me a criminal, a thief. I won't forget this. Uh-oh, she's really pissed off this time. You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal Powers' costume so he could sneak by me? He would never stoop so low. It's impossible. Miss Pegger, but get that filth out of my sight. And you're claiming that poor old Hammer in there. And I thought you were such an innocent youth. Bah! Miss Oldbag, what do you think of this? Think? I'm not in the mood for thinking. Thank you very much. Theater, huh? It looks like it's been turned off for the day. The map. Yeah. Miss Oldbag thinks there smells like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in here. I can see that the computer runs security cameras. Is there anything else to talk about? Nope. Let's go back here first. October 19, Global Studios. I guess they're not filming today either. I did want to see them filming. Just one time. This trial will be over by tomorrow. You can see them film later. I guess. This is where you found the bottle of sleeping pills, right? Uh-huh. I wonder if there's any clues lying around. Ah! No, 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 no touching. Eek! Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you. I almost had a heart attack! I guess I can be a little dramatic at times. Suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatique indeed. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on the table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof. So you're looking for traces of sleeping pills. How? For a thorough examination, I gotta take the plate back to the precinct, but I have the capabilities of making a cursory exam right here. Our science guy gave me a testing solution. This reacts to these sleeping pills. See? If there's traces, it'll change color. Wow, neat! Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for? Now, everything in due time, pal. Well, the testing solution on the plate changed color, alright. So the food on the plate had been laced with sleeping pills. Looks like it. how goes your investigation? Tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers, and some people think we should switch suspects. What do you think, Detective? Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. How is Edgeworth doing, anyway? Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He was in the waiting room, and he crushed his paper cup with hot coffee in it. Whoa! Talk about burns, pal. Wow, the fury of Edgeworth. Yeah, crushing paper cups. Bottles. Say, whatever happened to that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some news for you about that. They found the victim, Jack Hammer's prints on the bottle. Oh, that means... Yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right. What? Grade's still lying there. They've seen wisdom at last. They know if they have fixed it, I'd just kick it off again. Poor assistant. The half-finished backdrop of the stage here. Looks like a castle, probably Neo. Millions of employees' lunch scattered. Everyone is probably shocked to clean up. T-bone steak on one plate. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum, huh? It's so normal. Oops. Dressing the nurses, can't see inside. A lot of this is just repeat from previous. Okay. Let's go into the dressing room. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so... What? Why? But WP's innocent. Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done. But this week is the last episode of Steel Samurai. What? No! I was wondering if I could ask you about Mr. Hammer. Yes. On the day of the murder, he went to Studio 2. Huh? I thought he went to Studio 1. He stole a Steel Samurai costume, too. Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Oh, I guess the rumor must be true then. The rumor? Yeah, Miss Vasquez, the producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently. Some dirt? What dirt? Dirt, you know, bad stuff. I know what dirt means. About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set as it was. Film set? Was that trailer part of the film set then? What do you mean, the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. No! Also, I hear that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're not going to make kids shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided. Why aren't they going to make kids shows anymore? The studio bigwigs don't want Steel Samurai anymore. They want to forget all that's ever happened. They want it quiet. You understand? How can they just do that? How about all the kids who love Steel Samurai? It's okay. I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. No, that can't be true. If the program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Nick, say something. Yeah. Evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this. What's this? This is why you can't stop the Steel Samurai. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Neither do I, Nick. Funny. That I don't either. And this is? Fan collected all these photographs. The kids love the Steel Samurai. The show shouldn't be cancelled just so some adults can save face. I would think you'd understand that better than anyone. You're right. Okay, but what can I do? Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me what it is that Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell me about this accident 5 years ago. Okay. Could you tell us what happened? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently 5 years ago someone died and it was all Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Miss Vasquez, managed to hush it up, and that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer. And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything for Vasquez asked him to. But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public? Well, you know, Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I see. You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbag. She was here at the studios back then, you know. Well, thanks, we'll try to ask her. If she'll talk. Regular suits, must be his own clothes. Sleeping in here. Oh, sorry, I haven't cleaned up here yet. Powers bag. I put all of WP's personal belongings in here. He'll be able to come pick them up, right? I'm sure he'll come, yes. I actually remembered that. There's a box of snacks. They must be giving these to... completely empty. I can feel my eyes burning the back of my head. Always have mirrors, dressing room, second hairdo. Not quite spiky as usual. It's locked. Guess he doesn't open his window much. Alright. What? You're still slinking around? Yay! If you like the place so much, why don't you take over for me? The old windbag doesn't like so good. Everybody's doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Who do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer. She's starting to froth at the mouth, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance. I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago. Who told you? Who did you hear that from? Huh? Nichols! Nichols? Nichols. Penny Nichols. That assistant we talked to. Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during filming with Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Whippersnappers! Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that, and the recently departed, no less. Suppose you think this is fun. No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. And you claim that Hammer stole old Powers' costume. Expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume? Sorry, Miss Oldbag, but I do have proof. I can prove that... Here's my proof. What? What's that empty bottle supposed to prove? Bottle of sleeping pills, with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it. What does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Where's your proof? Nothing to me. Rube stronger evidence. Get through all this again. Okay, maybe I don't have proof yet. Sorry, I'm just gonna flash through all these. How it works, anything that doesn't fit, you just blame on the dead. Well, just butt out, lawyer boy. She knows something. But how am I going to get her to talk? Oh my gosh. Seriously? Da da da. Da 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 da. Boop. Mr. Powers ate a T-bone steak for lunch, correct? Well, yeah, so this is the plate he used to eat that steak. There are traces of sleeping powder, pill powder on the plate. Ha! I bet Powers put it in there himself. Even a lightweight like him must have trouble sleeping sometimes. Except I have proof that Mr. Hammer put the pills in. Bottle contains sleeping pills. Mr. Hammer's fingerprints were found on the bottle. I see. Poor, poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul. Miss Oldbag? Okay, you win. I'll talk. I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it all in. You're right. 5 years ago there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo? Well, it caused quite a stir. I guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the mafia. She silenced that paparazzi. That was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. I see. But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone. Miss Oldbag? Hold on a minute. Poor old Miss Oldbag. Here, take this. A photograph? Oh! Wait a second. This is the picture. Is this the trailer in Studio 2? Hammer was supposed to fight a bad guy on top of those stairs there. He pushed the other actor and the man fell onto the flower box fence. But how did you get this? It was a long time ago. Yeah. I don't feel much like talking about it. I understand. Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder. Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume. Then he left from here to go to Studio 2. Right. But why? I wonder if someone called him, like the director or the producer. Security camera doesn't seem to be switched on today. Enter Studio 1. This is the studio where found. Don't have the card key anymore, so I can't get in there today. Mascot. Apparently its name is Mr. Monkey. Studio 2 is down that way. Studio 2, the real scene of the crime. Say, Nick, how did you figure that out again? Well, actually, it's a long story. I'll tell you another time. Aww. I'm bushed. Maybe I'll sit down here for a bit. This is exactly why I don't want to get old ever. Hey, I'm still young. I'm just tired. Nick, when you start saying I'm still young, you know it's over. October 19. Hey, Nick, it's Miss Vasquez. Hello. Hello. Hi. L-L-O. Maya, you should at least try to be polite. I'm watching the clouds. That's all she had to say, apparently. Excuse me. Mr. Hammer came here the day of the murder and... Shh. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you. Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off. Oh, dear. Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai. I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai. You did it. Nick, she did it! She's the killer! My Fey blood speaks to me. I know it. I know it! Oh, dear. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manella. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer. By yourselves. Oh, dear. Wow. This is where Salmonella and D. Vasquez ate. There's nothing left on the plates. So, they ate T-bone steaks too? Something wrong? I don't know, I'm getting a funny feeling. Something about this just feels odd, you know? Can't say that I do. Light band for moving equipment. Okay, so I've read all this. Some flowers here. Why so pretty? They're taking good care of these. Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. Yeah, that fence is what killed someone. Materials? Not. Yeah. Well, I can't select the fence. It just says flowers. Do, 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 do. Wasn't the assistant cleaning up yesterday? Funny, it still seems pretty messy in here. I guess she was still on high from getting that rare card she needed. Nothing. That could include some paper cups. This is where they had that meeting. There's documents and paper cups scattered around. Looks like they were designing a set to use in a samurai show. Got some figures on how much a set costs. Can't believe they spend money on that kind of set. No clues here. No, it's not that. Check the garbage can? I did. There's a check mark here, so I already did. Da da da. And I can't look around, there's not much. Glass frosted, can't see inside. This is all stuff from before. No, I did not want to click that. Hey, the new zoo, how welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wait, why are you showing that to me now? Okay, there's... Ah! There, we'll present that to her. Ah! She's not even looking. Where... What? Where did you get that? Well... Old bag. Old... She means the security later. Right, anyway. Miss Vasquez, you hid this incident from the press, didn't you? And used it to control Mr. Hammer. The wind. Uh-huh. It's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. Your conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more inside the trailer. Nick, she went inside the trailer. You came. Well, yeah, you said we'll talk about it in the trailer. I don't like this woman. Well then, what was that you were talking about? Why is she so eager to talk all of a sudden? Miss Vasquez? You were using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kids shows for petty change. Yeah. So I'm a blackmailer now. You're not supposed to like her, yeah. She's a producer. Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? I mean, sure, it was an accident, but you used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star. Oh, I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour on its own accord. But you were the cause. You pressured him. And to think it was an accident. Excuse me. What is this all about? You keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure? What do you mean? Must I spell everything out for you? Think, what would it be if it wasn't an accident? No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? That is what I meant. Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe me. But the security lady said it was an accident. Oh, well, she was a big fan of Hammer's, you see. She jumped on that reporter who brought that photo into the studio. She wrenched it out of his hand, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. So that's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy, but he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me, now. What? This is valuable evidence. Boys! I mean, she did say the Mafia. Who are they? Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased? Would you like to be erased? What? The trial ends tomorrow. How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it. Tell me why. Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt. No? Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all? I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about it where you're going. So long, friends. Boys, erase away. No! Hold it right there. I heard everything. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now. Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it. Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry, I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing. Detective Gumshoe? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was really scared. Huh. Don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job. Detective Gumshoe? Sorry, it's just I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Okay, I've got one more job to do today. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon. Well, Nick, it looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this. And who's at the bottom? D. Vasquez? I'm thinking it's one of her hoodlums. Save your progress up to this point. Yes. 20th, 20 a.m., 10 a.m., District Court Room number 4. Just thinking here. Vasquez had Hammer come to Studio 2 in the Steel Samurai outfit. When he was killed, they took the costume from it because he was found in the evil magistrate's costume. Moved his body. Wow. Yeah? I would assume so. She's saying that the accident was not an accident. But I'm wondering if she's playing on his conscience to made him think that it wasn't an accident for 5 years. I don't know. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Today will be the final day of this trial. I hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. It claims that the scene of the crime was in fact Studio 2. Today I will call people present in Studio 2 trailer that day. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear. Edgeworth seems a bit on edge today. I wonder why. I'm going to call your first witness. The prosecution calls Miss D. Vasquez to the stand. As a producer who was present at the Studio 2 trailer that day. Oh, this ought to be good. Will the witness state her name and occupation? D. Vasquez. I'm the producer for Global Studios. On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer in Studio 2. As everyone knows here, yes. I dislike needless banter. If you must pontificate, do it when I'm not here. In this case, he is not getting a whole lot of pushback. Or he's getting way too much pushback. Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder. I know she did it. Make her pay. Right. If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. The day of the murder. I entered the trailer, a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 and ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all. I have a question about your part of your testimony. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you? The van, There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk with that monkey's head toppling over. I see. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. This is the final battle. Nick, let's do this. By yourself? Yes. And you didn't stop in at the employee area? No. Are you always this terse? Yes. Oh dear. Did no one leave during the meeting? No. Come on, let's talk a bit more than that about that. The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation. Stop interrupting the testimony. Same could be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. And please stop banging on your little desk. It hurts my ears. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. And when exactly was that? I've forgotten. Maybe you could try remembering? No. The meeting ended at 4 and the rehearsal was scheduled for 5. I would think it was between those times. You would think. Come on. All you did was state the obvious, Edgeworth. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. Hold on. You had Sal take you? What does that mean? It means what I just said. I had Sal take me in the Studio 2 van. And what were you doing during that time? Don't hit your desk. It irritates me. Yeah, Mr. Wright. Oops. It was a 15-minute break. Do you have someone who can verify this? Sal? No, I mean someone else. One person is enough. She committed murder during that break. She wouldn't have had time to eat a T-bone steak. If I had some evidence that proved she didn't eat the T-bone steak... No, because we only had the empty plates. Well, Nick, find anything? Kind of wish she'd said a little more. It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss. But I'm sure you'll find something, some kind of contradiction in what she said somewhere. A little before noon. Okay, evidence clearly reveals... Here we go again, folks. Here we go again. As I thought. You claim you ate a T-bone steak, but I say you did not. What? What's this now, Mr. Wright? Look at this. It's a plate. This plate was on the table in the employee area. As you can see, a large bone has been left behind. Mr. Wright, I need to remind you, it was a T-bone steak. Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Miss Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate a T-bone table outside the trailer. Mm-hmm. Yet there are no bones left on the plate. Plates were bare. Miss Vasquez, tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone? Think I know how? You didn't eat any steak during the break. You took your steak and threw it somewhere, like that incinerator. I see. Then what was Miss Vasquez doing during your break? Meeting the Steel Samurai. She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. Order! Are you saying... Yes, Your Honor. Miss Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak. She ran into the Steel Samurai, and then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright? Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it? Yes. Fascinating. And here I was worrying that today would be boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have the battle of wits, you and I. Any day, Vasquez. Good luck, Nick. Let's see. Hold it? Yeah. What was the murder weapon again? Ah, yes, the samurai spear. Yes. I am, as you see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use that heavy spear as a weapon? Happy holidays, Phoenix Dwight. Back to you, back to you. I don't think it was her. I think she ordered it by one of her guys, though. No, she couldn't. She would have had problems with it. Using that weapon. Pretty much anyone would. Huh. You see? Yes. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning, the samurai spear was not the murder weapon. What? What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body. I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove that samurai spear was not used as the murder at all. I want to say the photo? Actually, no. Let's do this. Let's try this. I present my proof. The so-called murder weapon. Spears no blood, yeah. But that is the murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that the spear broke during the morning action scene run-through, but someone fixed the spear. It was a security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me, how is it possible for someone to stab a man who is wearing a thick costume with this through the chest? She's got a point. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Think about what you're... Silence. I'm the one testifying here, and I will be heard. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? The samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell what was. How was Hammer killed? Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us the weapon used? Would I make the claim like that if I couldn't tell you what the weapon was? I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright. Very well, let's see this murder weapon then. Boop. That's where the photo comes in. Look at this photo. What is it? Why, that's Jack Hammer standing on top of the stairs. Order! Order! If I cannot have order in this court, this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is all this all about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. There was an unfortunate accident at Global Studios. This is the photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. I love a T-bone steak with potatoes. Yeah, no kidding. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it. See the fallen man on this studio? In this photo? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest? Huh? What? Are you saying... Yes. What happened 5 years ago has happened again. I think she just dumped out her cigar. Mr. Wright, continue. It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Miss D. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the studio, trailer 2. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs into the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. Though whether she did it on purpose or accident, I can't say. In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die. 5 years ago. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. You deny that happened, I say is true? Mr. Wright, let's say for the sake of argument that Hammer died at the trailer, as you say. Who was the other man to D? Yeah, I know. Yet, the body was found at Studio 1, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio 1, returned to the trailer in the space of 15-minute break? How could I have disposed of the body? The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes, 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death? Yeah, exactly, hired goons. Then carried to Studio 1 and placed inside his own costume? There wasn't enough time. Indeed, well, Mr. Wright, how could you have dealt with the body? What if she had another way of carrying the body, other than her own 2 hands? For instance. Actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry the body. Interesting. Let's hear it then, Mr. Wright. Please show us how she carried the body. Da-da-da! The van, duh! Miss Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio 1, and you used the studio van to do it. You recall your testimony. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. There was a van in there, right? I had Sal drive me. He used the van to carry the body to Studio 1. Then, before everyone else got there, we put the body to the magistrate costume. Hold on, right? Don't forget it was Sal Manella that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator? I want to say yes. I got another update? Holy crap. Of course Sal Manella has to have been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put in the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done it alone. Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of the Steel Samurai costume. They had to because it was covered in Mr. Hammer's blood. They probably burned it in a small incinerator. Well, Mr. Vasquez, shall I continue? No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. Huh. I lose. You win. It was fun. Wait, what? Huh? Yeah, everybody's like, wait, what? So what happens next? Don't what me? Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? Huh? I lost? Something like that? I just said that. Wait, so you mean D. Vasquez, so it was you? You killed Jack Hammer? Everybody's like, Who can say? Huh? Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright, we just engaged in a battle of wits, and the result of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer. Right. But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. I don't like her. I really don't. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright. What? What? Order, Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts. Of course it's as the witness says. Certainly it does seem very likely she did it, but, there's no proof. Well, I came here as a witness. If you have no more questions, I'll be leaving. What do I do now? I'd like you to testify again. Again? Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before. The truth, Mr. Wright. I already said that they're all the same. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers, a waste of time. Damn. It comes only so far to fail. As it seems there are no further questions, I would like to end the cross-examination of Ms. Vasquez. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. I see. Very well. Your Honor, I request that the victim, or the victim, the witness testify again. You're the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes, indeed. Verily I say, ergo, I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body? Very well. The witness would testify to the court concerning this matter. Nick, why did Edgeworth... Who knows? Probably realized she did it too. But wasn't he the one that said he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that? Edgeworth? Yeah. I was with Sal and Old Bag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too, only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police, then Powers showed up. The security lady, Old Bag, was quite agitated, pointing at Powers, saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Then went home. I see no issues raised by this testimony, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. Okay, Nick, we're real close. She may be acting tough now, but if you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find the key you need and twist the truth out of her. Right. Now we know that she was looking for one of the scripts. So we'll just press her each time. We were to meet at 5 for the rehearsal, so I'd say it was then. When exactly did you and Mr. Manella arrive at the studio? About 10 minutes before. I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes, mind you. I'd better leave this one be. I'm sure she'd see right through anything I had to throw at her anyway. Mr. Powers was taking a nap, correct? So he says. Did no one go to call him? Remember? Remember what? There was a dead body laying in front of us, yet you expect me to be calm? You certainly seemed calm enough when I accused you of murder. I immediately called the police and then Powers showed up. What was everyone else doing at the time? No one said a thing. It was silent, completely silent. So nobody screamed. So we stood there until Powers finally arrived on the scene. Sorry, I'm late. Then silence. Dead silence. Hey, Nick. Why is everyone so quiet? Someone should do something to light things up. Quite agitated, pointing at Powers, saying he did it. Oh, but the security lady. Why did the security lady think Powers had done it? She said because he saw him going toward the studio. Right, the Steel Samurai. I'll hold back, I think. I'm sure she's already anticipated something I could throw at her. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. You asked to be left out? Yes, it seems that everyone else was questioned, and I'm really not fond of that sort of thing. But you can't just decide who the police will and won't question. Thankfully, the studio thinks otherwise. They were nice enough to understand that since we were in a meeting. There's no way we could have been involved. Thus, they covered for us. Covered for you. Covered it up for you. There must have been a lot riding on this, with all these bigwigs at the meeting. I'm sure her professionals helped convince everyone they didn't require questioning. I went back to... Okay, so this is where I gotta press, I think, because there's no way that she had the script because she asked where what's-his-name kept it, or found if he found it. Kept any direction notes? Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen. No, I guess not. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio One for a rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder after all. Who could think of rehearsing after that? Oh yeah, I guess. Very well. Miss Vasquez, please continue. Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement. Huh? Think. Miss Vasquez said she didn't bring her script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She would have had to known about the murder before going to Studio One. Oops. Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth. What you have just said is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense? I appreciate your concern, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Miss Vasquez, do you have an explanation? I can't believe Edgeworth is helping me. So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense. What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there would be no rehearsal. Very well, the witness will change her testimony to reflect this reason. I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind. Except Hammer wasn't the one injured. Ah! And boom, found the body. The assistant was there too. I immediately called the police. Charlotte Security saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and notes. I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do any scenes. How did you know about the injury? How did I know? Sal. He told me. Sal, the director. What if you found something to peg her? Yeah. You knew that Hammer was injured. Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers. What? What? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. Hammer is dragging his leg in the photo, but that's because he knew pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. The person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Power who was injured? I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right. He must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manella was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who had injured himself. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Actually, you didn't hear anything from Mr. Manella. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Yes, but wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured? Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Ah! And when was he doing this? Well, it would have to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2 where he was murdered. Exactly. Miss Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. And Mr. Hammer was in the Steel Samurai suit. And that's why you're confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. Order! Order! I will have order. Witness! Can you refute this claim? Yeah, let's see you sneak out of this one. Very well. I have a question for you. Ugh, why are the real killers so persistent? Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing. Yes, you would need a motive. Why would he have killed the victim? There is a reason it is unclear to this court. Does the defense have anything to say on this matter? In other words, can you prove that she had motive? I have proof and I'll show it to you. And present it to the court. That one, obviously. Yeah, I know. You can't change testimony that way. This is my proof. This is the photo from before. This photo reveals the motive for this murder. Huh. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Vasquez? Huh. 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With D. Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the rug. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall. His fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly it was constant source of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. Almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have? Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have had no reason to kill Hammer. He was a good source of income for me. And I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine. Mr. Wright, please explain Miss Vasquez's motive. She had no motive. She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense. What's that now? It was simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez. What? What? Your Honor? Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Pin it on Powers with the yeah. Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill Dee Vasquez, who had cruelly taken advantage of him all those years. She looks angry. Oops, she broke her pipe. So, you did do it, didn't you? Yes. I'm guilty. It was me. Someone call an ambulance. There's blood everywhere. We're too late. Ah, Miss Vasquez! What happened here? Manuel fell from the trailer stairs. Manuel! Miss Vasquez, please try to remain calm. No, how could this... It was an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No! Manuel! Don't touch him, Miss Vasquez. No! Yeah, I think she and Manuel were, a couple? Please don't die. Please. Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose again. Mr. Edgeworth, where's Dee Vasquez? In the waiting lobby, Your Honor. As calm and collected as ever. I see, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. Thank you, Your Honor. Think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so is only natural, not a miracle. Yes, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty. Yay! Everybody celebrates. That is all. This court is adjourned. October 20th, 1:12. Defendant lobby. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I know that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. It's bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez, but to think that he tried to frame me for a murder. It makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. Huh? Tell me, why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me? There isn't any evidence. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Yes, of course. Phew, I'm not sure I wanted to go down that road. Congratulations, WP! Oh yeah. Thanks to you, I'll be able to don the steel samurai outfit once more. I can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... What? Is something wrong? No, of course not! Nick, Edgeworth! Say something right. I'm not good at small talk. Huh? What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. You don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away with you if you hadn't stepped in. Pleased to meet you. I'm Powers. Edgeworth. Big fan of your work, Mr. Powers. Liar. Right? I must say I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I'm settled with unnecessary feelings. Unnecessary feelings? Yes, unease and uncertainty. Aren't those kind of necessary? They only serve to get in my way. You listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you. Yeah, well, if the game wouldn't put you as the prosecutor every single time, it'd be fine. Mr. Wright? Was that guy your friend? What? Friends? As if. They're rivals. Rivals, right, Nick? For now, we are, I guess... Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick. Tell me. What's the deal with you and Edgeworth? Law school? And so certain... The curtain closed on another trial. It caused quite a stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It's talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to making kids shows again. Oh god. Nick! This is it! The new show starts today. You're going to watch it with me, right? I'll admit, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it. You have to buy trading cards too, okay? We have to trade with Cody and that assistant. Fine, fine, I'll do it. Isn't it great that WP gets to play the lead again? I wonder if they'll show his real face this time. I don't know. I don't think the world is ready for the real Will Powers. Please tell me they're not playing an episode. Hey there, Jave, Hatman, how are you? Welcome to the den. See, they're putting Edgeworth in this again. Brand new episode. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll keep going. We're gonna keep going. I want to get as much done so that tomorrow, being Saturday, I can finish this up and then start the next game that I want to play next week. Minus Tuesday. Boxing Day, yes. Tomorrow is Boxing Day. Alright, a brand new episode. Turnabout Goodbyes. This is a first playthrough, yes. It was recommended to me by a friend down in the States, and because I work in the industry, and she thought it would be fun to check out my thoughts and expressions as to why none of this is actually the way things go. But it's been a lot of fun. It's frustrating as all heck, especially when I can't figure out what evidence is supposed to be presented to who. So, yeah, it's been interesting. It's been, what, 15 years? Yes, yeah. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. What? Merry Christmas. Okay. Now I see what you mean, Javeman. Now I see what you mean. Hey, wait, that's Edgeworth. Just for the record, no law office is open on Christmas Day. Hey, Nick. Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here? Waterfalls? Dare I ask why? Duh, Nick. Isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one. I want to say she has issues, but she does. Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training? Of course! Except, I've been slacking off lately. Yeah, because you've been sneaking, like, going into court with me at 17. I need to brave the elements and be forged anew under rushing spring waters. But it's Christmas. Yeah, true. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close. Oh, darn. Sorry, but them's the breaks. Couldn't you have just taken a cold shower or something? Good idea! So much for rushing spring waters. Next time, in the news, a large unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, in the tip of the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. Though its namesake, Nessie, proved to be a hoax. Locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Yawn. Boring. Can't they show real news for a change? Nick? Huh? The water pressure's kind of low in that shower. Wait, there's a shower in the office? Yeah, is it orange? You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose? Good idea, Nick! Apparently, Fey Blood is no aid to detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time, it's murder. Yeah, well, he was being sarcastic. Gourd Lake again. The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. The suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth. age 24. The prosecutor. Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long, rewarding career. Has he thrown it all away? Dun dun dun! Now I see, was it the sloth from Croods doing the whole hand thing? Dun dun dun! You know, there's a second movie to that. They did Croods too. Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like... Nick? Yipes! Maya! The fireman yelled at me when I called him. We've got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth. What? You mean the prosecutor? Yeah, he's a suspect in murder. What? Now, here's the question. If we represent him, would that put us in conflict of interest, considering we go up against him on a regular basis? We know him personally. Granted, we're representing him. So I guess it wouldn't really be a conflict. Yeah. I don't think we would be. I'm trying to think of all the things that would cause a conflict of interest, and this would not be it. If he was the prosecutor at the time, in this case, and killed somebody, killed the defendant or the witness during the case, that'd be different. Then it would be a conflict. But I can't see any reason we would be a conflict. Yeah, exactly. When? Where? Whom? Why? How? I don't know. Let's go find out, Nick. Okay, first, let's examine the office. She killed the plant yet? His name is Charlie. Maya's gotten the knack of watering it lately. Charlie's been perking up these days. Oh, good. She hasn't killed it. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. I can see the bellboy getting the angle of that screwdriver in the drawer just right. From the first. Maya brought in a poster of Steel Samurai the other day. We had a big fight over whether to put it up or not. I know she's just waiting for a chance to sneak it up on the wall. This is a picture of Mia's favorite show. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Tried reading one. It made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand. Then my fur too. Mia's desk. If we had more clients, I'd probably sit here more often. Lately, I've been spending more time on the couch watching TV. Yeah. Okay, so what to do? Well, what should we do? What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out all the crime scene. You're right. We need more information. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. Well, got any good ideas? Not really. I do my best thinking when I'm standing underneath a waterfall. I just couldn't help it. I couldn't help but ask. December 25, Detention Center Visitors Room. You know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we? I guess it comes with the territory. I'm not sure it's something we should mention it to too many people. Ah! Hey, Edgeworth, come back! What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. Well, he's in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? So you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney, then laugh. Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing? Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and he'll get mad or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time. We can spend it coming down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Actually, he's right. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. Come on. I always gotta check out the guard. Monitor's visitor's room. He hasn't moved in an inch since I came in. A real pro. Or maybe he's just nervous with Edgeworth being in the room. What happened? Edgeworth, what the hell happened that you ended up in jail? Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Get you off the hook? Duh! We're going to help you, that's what. Help me? Why? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Hey! Sure you got lucky and won all 3, but your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick! Why am I always the one who gets angry? Because you're an emotional woman and lawyers cannot rely on their emotions in cases. They must be logical. The murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct? Yes. Late last night. The lake is a long way from your offices and courthouse. Why were you down there? I see no need to tell you. Mr. Edgeworth? You didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy? What's that? I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? Because he's a pain in the butt. And there's apparently some history between us. Alright. Gourd Lake entrance. Since he's not gonna talk to us. This is where it happened? Okay, I'm waiting for Gumshoe to show up. Yeah, Gourd Lake is in the middle of this park. I can see some police walking around here. Questioning people, probably. Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there? Yep. Well, pal! There's enough of us here. Anyone found anything interesting? Sorry, sir, nothing. Idiot. Trial's tomorrow. We need clues on the double. But, sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up! Just you try saying that again. I'll make you sorry if you do. Gummy, where's Pinky? Oh my god. We're legit in the same part of the game. Oh really? Cool. And now I have gummy bears stuck in my head while I eat gummy bears. Chapter 3 startled me. Oh really? It was, for me, Chapter 3 was just a struggle. I'm gonna have that damn song stuck in my head, Sanjian. So just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today. Recruits! Pah. Eek! Hey, you're that hairy guy, Harry Butts. No, it's Larry Butts, and I'm Phoenix Wright. Why do you still make that mistake? Right, Phoenix Wright. Will he ever learn my name? Just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Well, yes, I suppose. Oh, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Bring it. Well, considering that I'm 7 years older than she is, that shouldn't even be happening, period. But yeah, Maya turns into Mia whenever he gets stuck on things. Yeah, theoretical. That is a good question, though. If if it was a legit relationship and she was older, is that cheating? Considering it's a spirit entering her sister's body. I don't know. I'd have to... Oh, thanks for the follow, Jafe, man. Not necessary, but much appreciated. And if anybody misses out on the live streams, you can always check out the VODs. Obviously, they're up for a couple weeks on Twitch. And I do also post them on YouTube at Phoenix Dragon. You can follow me on Twitter at CatNickForever, up there in the corner. And of course, Facebook. Although I warn everybody now, I spam the hell out of people's feeds with animals. What if she turns into Mia while Oh! Who's the real mother? Hello, Miles Edgeworth. Ghost came crying outside the door. He buried his food. Aww. I'm so happy that he's like I guess he wanted his food again. Thank you for the follow, Villager Red. Oh, ghosty, ghosty, ghosty. I'm so happy that he's feeling better. Yeah, that's gonna have my head hurting to figure that one out. He seems different than usual. I wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet. Huh? Oh, you don't say. Ghost is our kitty. He's had a rough couple of days. Yeah, no worries. Always thanks for coming by, stopping by. This is Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This is the first game. And I'm working on, they documented this case. Sort of. We're just starting episode 4. Absurd. Detective Gumshoe, do you know what happened here? Why were you not told of this? Oh, I document everything. Ask my bosses. If you're just joining us, yes, we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This is the first game. I was asked to play this, suggested to play this by a friend of mine down in the States, because I work in law normally. I don't stream full-time. I don't think I could ever stream full-time. But she thought it would be a lot of fun for me to play it, knowing what I do and how I know at least somewhat of the American court system. I know more about the Canadian, because I am Canadian. But yeah, check out the other VODs, of course, to see how the other episodes. Look forward to the Good Detective's next salary for not mentioning this. Did he just meow? You can come on down, sweetie. Talking to my cat. Like I said, he's had a rough couple of days, and now he's wanting attention now that he's feeling better. Actually, he's had a rough couple of weeks, and but the vet made him feel a little worse over the past couple of days, and now he's feeling better because the vet made him feel better. So, we're trying to coax him down the stairs, and he's not quite there yet. I don't think he's quite got the strength to come down. He wants you to carry on my bed. Oh. Alright, let's get back to the game here. Do you know what happened here? Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Wow, okay, Mr. Head in the fluffy pink clouds lawyer. Oh, hey! The tree is on too! Hey, sweetie. Don't be eating anything. Anything that is not your food. He's usually not this vocal. I know. It was like earlier you had Phoenix White. I love your name, by the way, Miles Edgeworth. Wow. Yeah, he's such a sweetie. He's so not a mama's boy, but he's definitely a daddy's boy. That's why we call him Ghosty. Follows daddy around all the time. Head in the... what? Never mind. I'll tell you. It happened late last night at about 15 minutes after midnight. Hi. It's not dinner time yet. Ow. Your tail hurts. It hits hard. He just wants to be held. He hasn't quite figured out how, what kind of position he likes, so... 15 minutes after midnight. There was a boat on Gourd Lake. In that boat were 2 men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth. A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him. Well, obviously it wasn't Mr. Edgeworth being shot because, you know, but he may not have brought the gun though. How did they get here so fast? Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. A witness? You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not. It's impossible. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it. Right! Who cares is what the witness says. I care. You really believe in him, don't you, Detective? Of course I do, but the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously. You're the police. You're the detective. You say what goes. Oh no! After all, the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us, hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side. Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are. Do you know who will be Mr. Edgeworth's defense attorney in tomorrow's trial? He hasn't got one yet. What? The trial is tomorrow, isn't it? Well, I don't know the whole story, but apparently no one he's been talking to will take his case. Why not? Mr. Edgeworth won't tell me. When you guys showed up, I figured he'd ask you to defend him. Unfortunately not. Well, pal, then you got a job to do. Help Mr. Edgeworth. Prove that badge you wear isn't some fancy piece of metal. Good detective's next salary for mention. Not Prove it to me, pal. Show me you're an attorney. What is my computer doing behind my back? Okay. Wait. Okay, that's for tomorrow. Okay. That's not doing that. Sorry, I've got weird things happening here. There we go. Who is this witness? Sorry, pal. That's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. So if Edgeworth isn't going to be the prosecutor, then who is? I hope it's that little Weasley guy from episode 1. Was there only that one witness? Yep. It was pretty cold out on the lake last night, and it was Christmas Eve after all. Still, we're being thorough. You never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out. So far, we're coming up empty. Oh, Christmas. It's Christmas today. I'd forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick? Talk to Santa. Alright, I don't have anything, so let's examine. No clues there. No, stop that! Ooh, trees. I feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets? I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb. Yes, my poetry has that effect on some people. The sign says Gourd Lake Natural Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend, but no waterfall. Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. So they're really... Oops. Hey, come back here. Okay. Wait, is that it? Like, there's nothing else to... Wow. Back to the detention center. Okay, maybe not. There's gotta be something here. Okay. There's gotta be something. Your attorney's badge, Edgeworth? Let me defend you. Good one, right? But I'm not that hard up. Not yet. What? What do you mean by that? Me? Trust the wet behind the ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt. Never. What? My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense lawyer I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lacked confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask, but you didn't do it, right? Right? Think what you will. I have only one request, huh? Stay out of this case. Why? But Nick is trying to help you. I know that. But I don't want your help, okay? Why not? Look, just go away and leave me alone. Why do I feel like there's, like, family? Nick, Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, did he? Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere. But Nick... Let's go back here. Let's go talk to him. Isn't it true no one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah, he's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation would be suffered. What's more, the case against him is, well, pretty solid. I suppose it would be if he had a witness. Hey, pal! Don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him, too! Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. No. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, she said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying right over and over. Nick? I'm not sure that's a good sign. Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help? I don't get it. Detective Gumshoe, sir? What? Find something? No, sir. Not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigating briefing. A briefing? Right. I'm off. Oh. Sorry, pal. I guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me before I head back? Yes, the autopsy report. Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim? Sorry. They haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say if you get time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more there. You're not coming back, detective? Probably not, pal. So, what should we do if we have something to talk to you about? Ah, right. Here. I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down anytime. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy. Yeah, they don't have time to think about not giving you information. Right. Now, let's get investigating. Okay, so let's go into the park. December 25, Gourd Lake, Public Beach. Wowzers, this is Gourd Lake? Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers, though. Probably not. But hey, look at the snack stand. Samurai dogs. I want Samurai Dog, please. I bet they're great with a name like Samurai Dog. How can they not be? They're a little behind the times, though. The kids are all into the Pink Princess now. I mean, like, you know? Nope. Trash canon's empty. At least the place is well maintained. Huh? I almost didn't see the signpost. Left boat docks, right exit. Hot dog stand, it's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. Banner reads, Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate. Huh? Someone left some poppers here. You know, you pull the string, and it goes pop. Yeah, I know the ones. We see them a lot around New Year's. Hey, Nick, they might be a clue. Let's take them. Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right? Was it that obvious? Where'd they go? Into my pocket. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Yeah. Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake? Oh, well, a long time ago they used to grow gourds here. Whoa, no way! Sure, it's because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape? Well, it's shaped like an gourd, actually, but that's just a coincidence. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's check out the boat rental shop. Nick, what is this place? A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. I guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either. Boats? I never ridden a boat. Really? How about we go out on one when the trial is finished? Hey, good idea. You bet. Small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone's around. They're probably closed because of Christmas. There's some boats floating at the dock. Was one of these used in the murder? I wonder. Nick? Huh? I changed my mind. I really don't want to go for a boat ride. There's more forest off that way. I doubt I'd find any helpful clues in there. But like it is a 17 and 27-year-old at the same time, no? Yeah. Well, that's because she summons in her sister's spirit who died, so yeah. I guess it would be. Gourd Lake Woods. I like this. No camping, yet there's camping. Like someone's camping. Got guts camping on a scene of a murder. Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder. That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. No camping. Sign says no camping. Funny place to pitch your tent. Wait, what if the sign said no setting tents on fire? I don't think they have signs like that. Oh. Maya is also very naive. This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. Can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. Hey, Nick! What, don't tell me you're hungry again? No, no. I was just wondering why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum? They didn't talk about that in any of the law books. So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then? I'm not having this conversation. There's food and some magazines on the sheet. Takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. Trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into the shadows where the sunlight can't reach them. No, I know there's no clues there. Hello? The camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. Must take pictures when triggered by a noise. Wow, cool, let's try it out. Cough. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick! Huh. Nick! Will you stop that? Maybe it's broken. Don't kick it. Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices. Well then, what then? These things? The party poppers? Well, it responded. Yeah! Hey you! Get your hands off that! Eek! What in Sam Hill? Look what you done now. There goes a whole roll of film. Ah, what? Sorry. Sorry's nice, but it don't pay my bills. You know how much that roll of film costs? I'll pay you back. What do y'all think instead of party popper out in a place like this? Well... What? Don't try to play stupid with me just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. Yeah, I know y'all Yanks think. I say those southern folk talk with that exaggerated drawl, why they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb don't mean we all are. You've been followed. Nick, help. And who are you now? Her chaperone? Yeah, no, rather, friends. Just figure out what y'all gonna say and say it for bejesusum's sake. God, I'd rather sit through one of Papa's draws than listen to you stutter all day. Oh boy. Guess we should pay her for the film. Watch it! Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later. I'm really sorry. What? Can't you see I'm changing the film in my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming names, but someone used up a whole roll. Sorry. That didn't work. Wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention. Nope. What? Can't you see? This is the only thing I have, so... I can't... Camera is ready to respond to noise. It only responds to loud noises like a party popper. I don't have anything... Oh, maybe I just hit that button. This is my badge, huh? Aren't badges to be like shiny impressive? You copped something? Lawyer. What? You ain't gonna try and pull one lawsuits on me over film now. 'Cause I'll have you know I'm a fighter and I'll wrestle meaner looking things than you. No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake. A murder? Sounds cool! Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like. Finally, some cooperation. You two, y'all come on out hide now. I won't bite hard. Come to think of it, where did Maya get to? Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. Culture gap and all. Never you mind, honey. I kinda talk Yank for all if if it pleases you. Thanks! I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Loda Hart. And y'all can call me Loda. Loda, yeah. I'm here for photographing meteor showers for the research project. Mighty pleased to meet ya. Oh yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately. Happened late in the night on Christmas Eve. That's so. Christmas Eve. A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything? Well, let me see. A boat, you say? I reckon I might have seen one. Not sure, though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. I've seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which I've seen when. So, what is it you do, Lotta? Huh? Me? Y'all don't really want to know that, do you? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the Heartland. Wow, neat! Nick, she's a research center at a university. Country U. So I hear. So, when did you come up here? Let me see, I guess it was about 3 days ago. What were you photographing? Didn't I tell you all that already? Meteors! Yep, meteor showers. Falling stars. That's quite a camera you have there. Y'all better know it. It's German made, a genuine Sullivan. Isn't that where they make knives? So what's that device you have stuck to the camera? Huh? Device? Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper. Oh, that! That mic triggers the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now. A programmable camera? Neat! Lotus camera added to the court record. Can I... Okay. Don't think there's anything else here. Nope. Don't think there's anything else here either. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't want to be here yet. Shoot. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here. Something wrong, miss? Turning yourself in? Okay, what did you do? Shoplifting, larceny, public indecency? No! None of those things! We're looking for Detective Gumshoe. Is he around? Gumshoe? Oh yeah, he's in a meeting right now. I don't think he'll be out for any time soon. Okay, we'll come back. You do that. Oh, and go straight home and stay out of trouble. No more shoplifting, you got that? Do I look like a criminal or something? Okay, we'll actually come back before examining that. We're gonna... I forgot to do something. I wanted to present this to her. Loda? Yeah? So your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises. Yep. Actually, the victim in the case we're researching was shot with a pistol. A pistol? Right. Now, wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper? I guess it would. Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it? Hey! Y'all are pretty bright. Huh? I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I'll have a look-see at my film. It would have been a photo taken late last night. I checked them once. Don't remember if there's anything on them, though. But what if I got something... I could be a witness to a genuine murder? Yeehaw! I'll go check that film. Y'all come back now, you hear? She went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later. Yeah. Darn it, I'll have to check back later. Alrighty. Now I go to the police station. That's where I wanted to go. Hey! Thanks for coming down, pal. Detective Gumshoe. We just finished the meeting. For better or for worse. I get the feeling we're in some bad news. Let me just examine this first. Detective's desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expect. Guess detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Gord Lake? Gordy sighted. I don't believe it. Shouldn't you be reading something more important? Like, what is that? Hey, is that a police department mascot? That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's my mascot. I see. How nice. I'll get him a signed mascot of the Criminal Affairs Department if that's the last thing I do. Good luck. No, 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 no. Do you know anything about the victim yet? No, no, still can't ID him. Mr. Edgeworth said anything? Not a word. Oh yes, good old 2001. You mean with the big old blocky computers? Yeah. So how did the meeting go? Can't tell you, pal, you're a lawyer. True. You know, I don't know what to believe anymore. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth's human like you and me. Still, I get the feeling that if he's done something wrong, he wouldn't go on hiding it. Just the kind of guy he is. Why can't anyone else see that? So they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it? Well, the trial's starting tomorrow as scheduled. I see. Hey, in the end, did you tell us about the meeting? Don't go telling anyone else, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth. He needs help, and you're the ones to help him. Sure, he's got some reason he won't talk to us. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe? How come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? Well, I'd like to think that was obvious. We got a strong working relationship, us two. We trust each other, and that's how it works. A working relationship? See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, but there's a reason. He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the right man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We've got to earn that trust he places in us. I see. Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust, and you have my word on that. I was wondering, did you ever get the autopsy report? Oh, that, yeah. I made a copy for you. Sweet. Thank you. Nick? Huh? Can you show me that photo of the victim? Oh. That face. Someone you know? I don't know. I just have this feeling that I met him somewhere a long time ago. Huh. Well, I hope it helps you. Thanks, Detective. Oh, I wonder, would this help? Okay. There's nothing more to talk about. Let's go see Edgeworth. Nope. He does not want to talk to us. Alright, before we go on, guys, I'm going to take a little break here, and I will be right back. Okay. Sorry. Had to take a little bitty break. Stretch and all that stuff. Alright, so. Okay. Let's go see if what's her name has any word yet on the footage. Hey, y'all! Loda! Wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. Hey! This is them. Take a look. Oh, they were far out. Wait. See? See? He's shooting him with that pistol. Looks like that, yes, but you can't really tell who that is shooting. Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. But you know, seeing these photos reminded me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What? Are you serious? Of course. How do you forget? Never mind. Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? I reckon so. What's that? Now, don't you gotta try and mock my accent. I'm a sensitive lady. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. Later. Wait, Laura. What? Can't you see I'm all kind of busy? Tell us what you saw too, please. Nice try, honey, but I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice, and that means the cops. I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Laura? Don't let it get your skivvies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or was that the other way around? No matter. Hey, maybe they'll let me do some testifying. Hot darn. My gosh. She is a strange one. Why'd that one not show up? My computer's doing weird stuff, that's all. She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick? Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do. The question is, what exactly did she see? Guess we'll find out at the trial tomorrow. Looks like the police have given up their interviewing. Hey! Nick, I think it's Santa's mad at you. Long time no see, Nick. Nick, you know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection. Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Larry! What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Gotta get money for dates, you know? My girl, Kianse, deserves the best. Kianse? Not another model, I hope. Oh, Kianse's fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend! You know? She bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry. Wow, a Santa costume! She must be really nice. Whoa, cute! Nick, who's she? She's not your... Yeah, very nice. Not my what? No, she's not. I'm his partner, Maya Fey. I'm, the little sister. Sister. Wow, Nick, must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister. No, I'm not Nick's sister. I'm my older sister's little sister. Huh? Sounds great. Don't worry, Maya, he's not listening. Hey, Larry, there was a murder here last night, and since you work here, have you heard anything? Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Kianse, obviously. He wouldn't have been out here standing in the cold. Oof. What? I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just Kianse's not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. A model. I knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. The trial's tomorrow. Huh, neat. The defendant is Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Nick, why would Larry know Edgeworth? Whoa, Nick! You don't mean that, Miles Edgeworth. Old Edgy? Yep. Maya's adorable. Yes, she is. Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa! Murder? Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry? Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us in grade school. What? Tell me about the dogs. Huh? Oh, you mean the samurai dogs? Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped. Well, originally they were gourd dogs, you know, like guard dogs? Ouch. The samurai thing was Kianse's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know. She's all, change that name and you go, girlfriend. She made that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs. Something about that just seems wrong. Oh, and guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake with that big news. The big news? Yeah, Gordy! When Mia's spirit takes over Maya's body, does her age change with her height? Yes. It all changes. Gordy? So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry? Yeah, Nick, him and I used to hang out all the time. That's weird. Her entire appearance, she basically goes from what you see here to looking like Mia. Just in her clothes. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, you never actually dated Mia. You just liked her. You didn't really, I don't think you really got a chance to. They were supposed to have dinner anyways, but it never happened. Yeah. Mia's spirit shows up every so often to help him in the court, and yeah, you see Maya change. Well, you don't actually see her change, but all of a sudden she's now Mia. With, well, she's taller, older. A few things definitely change. Wow, I never knew. Don't get me wrong. He's always been kind of stick in the mud. Yeah, boobs get bigger. Studying all the time, trying to be like father. Yeah, Paige is like like his father? Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day. Wow, wait. You said defense lawyer? Yeah. Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney. What? Eddie's got a proboscis on his knee? No, he's a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of defense lawyer. Huh? Go figure. I always used to talk about defending the weak who were unable to defend themselves. Man, he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. Wonder what changed his mind, though. Understood the concept of spirit channeling. Yeah. Do you know Nick? Huh? Nick? It's not like she's Maya and me at all times at the same time. No, she's mainly Maya. And then it's sort of like Mia kind of goes to sleep, or Maya kind of goes to sleep when Mia shows up. Yeah, Maya does not see or feel anything that happens when Mia takes over. Yeah. Only when she summons Mia, her physical appearance changes while Mia takes control of the mind and body. Yeah. Exactly. Because during an entire trial, poor Maya was there, but she didn't pick up on anything, so she's asking questions after the trial, after we won, going, hey, what happened, what happened? And, yeah, that's no idea. Summon anyone that's dead if she has a picture and a name. Yes, exactly. Well, Maya's not that strong yet. She can channel her sister easily because they were connected. Mia had the same powers, but Maya's still in training. You would say she's everyone that ever died at the same time, but yeah, exactly. Sure, but theoretically, yeah. If she got stronger, she could definitely do that for sure. What's Gordy? Huh? You mean you don't know? It's here, in this very lake, a giant mysterious monster, Gordy. So can Mia see through Maya's body and eyes? When she has been summoned, yes. Monster? Yeah. Check it out. This is the article from yesterday's paper. There's a photo. Wow, it's really real? That looks like a guy with his hand up in the air doing that whole, like, thing. Maya has control over this. She has some control, yeah. From what I'm sensing in the game, Mia kind of pops in whenever she wants. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like some guy swimming with his hand up in the air. Yeah. A monster. A real monster? Yeah. Yeah, it's probably just a log or something, right? Hey, there's a quote here from a person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into the frame, I heard a loud bang, like an explosion, followed by the sound of something slipping into the water. I'm doing age-appropriate things, and Mia can... Okay, this is getting a little down the road that we shouldn't go down. Because my character's 24. And Maya is not of what I would consider legal age. But yeah. No, she has to be summoned. But I think Maya summons her without warning to the character. Yeah. Following by the sound of something falling into the water. I wish I could have seen it. Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Larry, could I borrow this article from you? Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million. Play the game. Then you'll get the idea. 1 million. Grow up, Larry. Now visit one of those sites. You know, then, yeah. Okay, so there's not going to be anything new here. Oh. We can't get over the samurai dogs. The original samurai dogs, no less. I'm goof. Hey man, whoever calls their product original first wins. Why don't you add world famous to the sign? Hey, good idea! What have I done? Yes, yes, what have you done? Okay, let's see. Is there anything I can present to him? What's this? You know, my eyes have been getting pretty bad lately, Nick. Actually, the photo's blurry, Larry. It was taken last night. Last night? That didn't help any. Sorry, Nick, I don't know much about... Yeah, okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go back to the house. Or not the house, the office. There's really not much more to learn right now. What is it? Oh, nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me that autopsy report once more? Hey, I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at the office Mia worked at. I met him once when I went there to hang out with Sis. That office? Wait. You mean Grossberg's office? Right, that guy. That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him for old time's sake. Grady Burgers. Grossberger's office. And that familiar clearing of the throat. Aha! You're Mia's something, are you not? I was her understudy? Yes, Phoenix Wright. Aha! And you're Mia's something too, aren't you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. You've come to look at a lot like your sister, you know. Takes me back. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see? Mr. Grossberger, sir? Yes, I beg your pardon. Of course, you came here to discuss something. What is it, then? Something the matter? There was a murder last night. A murder? You haven't heard? I just got up, you see? While Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This isn't terrible news indeed. I guess you hadn't heard anything. Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting? Oh, yes. I do not think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts. Table for clients. An elegant ebony case. Blah, 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 blah. Even I can tell someone's got money to burn. We should put things on our client table, too. Not really into smoking. We could put out candy or gum. Indeed. Classy. Why is the wall there a different color? A big painting was hanging there until recently. You know, I only just noticed. Huh? What happened to it? Well, he gave it to someone. I bet he gave it to someone romantic interest. Love blooms eternal, Nick. The music that you're hearing, if you hear it at all, is actually from Popski. I actually turned the game music off because I couldn't get it to a volume that didn't overblare everything. So it's just barely there, just more so for me to give me background. But it's from Popski. He's a great musician. All of his stuff is over on Bandcamp. I just love his music. And every so often you'll see the link to his stuff there on come up on the chat. Oh yeah. Let's see. No clues here. Oh, they don't want to talk about the mahogany desk. Solid mahogany desk. The wood's been polished yet. Well, just like that in our office too. I don't know. I don't think I'm ready to sit at a desk like that yet. Huh? I meant for me. You better start saving your allowance then. Expensive looking mahogany bookshelves filled with expensive looking books. Funny. Link to his shoes? Look like they've ever been written. Well, let's take them back to our office then. He won't miss them. We don't need them. Then can we have that wooden bear? It's kind of cute. No, you can't have the wooden bear. Let's present him with the autopsy report. Let's see. Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? He was a lawyer here in my office. That's Hammond. Robert Hammond. Hammond. And you say this is the man Edgeworth shot? He's got a salmon. Who's this Hammond guy, anyway? Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case. Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6. Why does that sound familiar? Perhaps you remember. I'm sure someone mentioned it during a trial for Mia's murder. That was the incident where the police were so at a loss they used a spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Fey. Your mother contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was a loss. No conviction was made. The DL6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago. A very strange case, indeed. They never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Fey used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. Testimony led to charges against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case and the suspect was declared innocent. And then the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Goshberg? Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please, don't mention it. DL6. Never thought I'd hear that name again. But wait, what does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth? It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you. Wait, this is a photograph of my mother. Misty Fey, added to the court record. Alright. Do. Excuse me. December 25, detention visitors room. What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten my message the first time. Oh no, it's a sham. Edgeworth, what about your defense? It's no concern of yours. Guess he hasn't found anyone yet. Can I ask you about the murder? Right. I'll ask you again, just leave me alone. Please try to understand. I'm not doing this to prove I'm tough or because I look down on you. I just don't want you to anywhere near this case, understand? Why did you go to the gored leg? I have no intention of telling you. Nor apparently would you tell Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe was really worried about you. Let's do this one first. Huh. Who would have thought there'd be a photo? Edgeworth. Did you shoot him? What do you think, right? I don't think you're the kind of to point a gun at anyone, no. So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything to say about this. Edgeworth? It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited, yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit it, I'm impressed, right? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right, DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. I just wanted you to keep you away from DL6. So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away? I don't know, but I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like and I will answer the best of my abilities. The DL6 incident was when my father died. Right before my eyes, he was shot and killed and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's self-defense mechanism. In any case, the suspect was arrested, a man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond was the victim in the Gourd Lake murder. Correct. That spirit medium, that was my mom. So there you go, there's the link to Popsky and his music. He's absolutely amazing. It's basically pay what you want. And he's got a huge library up there. And it's stream safe, so that's the best part. So I can play it and not have to worry about it. That's the other reason I have the game music turned down, because of all the potential issues that could arise. Not that I say it would. Hey OCD, welcome! Yes, you can lurk all you'd like. Go check this dude out. He's awesome. Playing Destiny 2? Man. Y'all play games I can't play. My eyes don't like Destiny 2. Doesn't like any shooter games. I have the commands and help and all that specifically set for mods. So I don't really have any other commands set up other than certain ones at the moment. I'm still fairly new to this whole streaming thing. I've been streaming for 2 years, but I'm still fairly new. Rice. Hey, rice is good for you. What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now this... About to end? The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. So, Maya would have been 2. 15 years ago on December 28. December 28? The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days. What? Nick, what does that mean? When a case's statute of limitations runs out legally, the case never happened. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed forever. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off instant? I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he's about 50 years old now. I guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life. Being a murder suspect in such a big case. So was your father a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps? I'd rather not talk about it. He probably was initially, and then when the guy got off, he probably decided no, he wanted to become a prosecutor. Right? Pains me to ask you this now. I know! You want us to defend you! Yes. Will you? Of course we will. Who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back. Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know. Huh? My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Well, I guess we should... What's that? earthquake? Nick! It's a big one! Ah! It's calming down. Phew! That was scary. Huh? Where's Edgeworth? Huh? There! He's on the floor in the ball, shivering. I guess he doesn't do well in earthquakes. Heard of running, but curling up in a ball? Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick. Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe. Darn, I can't actually ask him. So I think I have to... Come on. There we go. Obviously we have to go see Mr. Thingy-majiggy. Gumshoe. There we go. December 25. Criminal Affairs. What's going on here? Eek! What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago, so she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? A lot of heart. Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth a death sentence, pal? No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. You can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. So, what did Miss Hart say? She says she saw Mr. Edgeworth fire the pistol. What? She even had a photograph to prove it. Right, I saw it too. But you really can't tell from the photo who it is shooting. That's why she said she's going to enlarge the photo. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's who. Actually, no, it won't. If it drops the quality, it makes it worse. You can do that? Okay, so there's going to be an enlarged photograph that shows Edgeworth in the act. Great. Just great. In any case, she's going to be the one testifying tomorrow. Huh. What happened to the other witness? Well, apparently there was a cancellation. A cancellation? I'm afraid tomorrow is going to be life or death for poor Edgeworth. We got a witness who says she saw the very moment of the murder. Got a photo taken when the shot rang out. I'd say that sounds like a pretty unwinnable case. But wait, what did Mia used to say? If he's innocent, there's got to be something I've overlooked. Digital editing knows you lose quality with poor photos being enlarged. Well, not just that, but this is a film. It's not digital. So it's going to lose quality even more so. Sounds like Mr. Edgeworth is going to ask the state to assign a public defender. I was just asked to file the paperwork. But you still got time, pal. Go talk to him for me, please. You have to convince him. You have to make him let you defend him, please. I know you're the only one who can do it, pal. You're the only one who can save Mr. Edgeworth. And I will present that to you. Look at what I got. Huh? Hey, you did it, pal. Glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, Detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow then. Good luck, pal. Hey, you guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried. Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now. Oh, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little, now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big earthquake. I'm gonna go check on him. You two go eat. Get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later. I wonder what it is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes. That's a good question. I wonder. He was never that scared of them when we were in school. I think it was more the sound. And again, I only really got to know him in 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. Yes, case I want to save. So we'll play for half an hour more, guys, and then I'll have to call it. And then we'll be back later with some Valhalla, the cyberpunk bartending game. December 26, 9:44 a.m. Karma. That's right. Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He's got a prosecution, right? A god. Not a single case? He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth. Huh. You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. It's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me multiplied by 10, factor of 10. So he was your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep. Oh wait, see now that, in other words, he cheats. Yeah. That would actually be a conflict. Oh wait, maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me times 20. That's pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. I guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia, Maya. Uh-huh. We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Kya. In other words, kya. Oh. I can't. Sorry. I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach. Couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. Yeah. Ooh, look at him all creepy looking. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared? Just for the record, the judge would also be in conflict if it was the same judge. Right, my apologies. He's even got the judge scared. Alucard is the lawyer. I think I would prefer Alucard as the lawyer. Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. That should be fine. Prosecution may call the first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? Call the detective in charge of this case. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Alright, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. Do I get to cross-examine? Describe the incident. Now. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There was 2 men on the boat. Now there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10, she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went toward the boat rental shop. Testify to the court about the arrest. Now. Wait, Mr. von Karma. Yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There's only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. This is your role. Yes, of course. You're quite right. Dude! No! If a lawyer ever spoke like that in a court of law, they'd be thrown in court for contempt. And by the way, contempt, even just going into being found in contempt, does add to a criminal record. Just saying. The arrest of Edgeworth. A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. So who is this man? We headed to the scene of the accident or crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning, a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now. Come on. Come here. Van called in. Okay. You received a call from a man? Yep. But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? The woman and the man who called in the report are 2 different people, obviously. Different people? There were 2 witnesses. Ugh. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today I've summoned the woman who was camping. What happened next, detective? We headed to the scene. How long was it between receiving the report and arrival at the lake? Well, I'd say it was about 3 minutes. That's pretty fast. Our motto for the month is get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I look forward to your next year's salary review. Yes, it's a new lawyer because the normal prosecutor is currently the suspect. So much to look forward to these days. There's no time to dejected daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir. Man, he's got his share of objections. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. Why didn't you think he was suspicious? You should know, we have a deep, trusting relationship with the prosecutors. Detective, the court isn't interested in your musings. And lies, don't forget those. Yeah. Deep, trusting, poppycock. I don't like this dude. Never heard so many flippant comments from an active detective on the force. Detective Gumshoe doesn't look so good. Continue, now. Did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart, fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape was well preserved. Very well, the court accepts the bullet into evidence. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe? That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Ugh, he has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What? Come here. So I'm trying to get something to move here. Come here. Why do you not want to work? Ah, there we go. Order, order. So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon? Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. Accepted into evidence. Members of the court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found on the body. Detective. Yes, sir? Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes. The ballistics markings on the bullet matched the pistol. Hey, Nick? What does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking. To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Statistics, very well. I will explain. Actually, Judge, you do it. Me? Ballistic markings are like fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. Oh, there we go. You can examine the ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate, indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was without a doubt fired from this pistol. This pistol, which as you may recall, was covered in the defendant's own fingerprints. Order! Order! This is bad. This makes it look like Edward did it. Well, Judge, I'd say it's almost decisive yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point, however. You wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge? Yes? What are you doing? 10-minute recess, now. But wait, Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man. Yes. Oh my god, I really hate when people own the judges. It shows... It makes it look like there's serious corruption going on. And I really hope that's not the case. And this court will take a 10-minute recess. Who's running this court anyway? December 26, 1109. Oh, we haven't even been there for an hour yet. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. That only one could have shot that man, was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. What? But you must believe me. I didn't shoot him. Then who did? I don't know. You don't know. Weren't you right there? I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself. You mean it was a suicide? It's the only explanation I can come up with. Huh? How am I to convince anyone of that? Say, Maya? Huh? What? Any progress with Mia? Oh, sorry. It's no good. I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here. Of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help, even if you don't actually help. It's the thought that counts, right? It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is going to run out. Really? Whoa, right? Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart. Oh. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. Yes. Miss Lotta Hart will take to stand. Lotta Hart, are you research center at the university? That I am. Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident, and don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand? Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Very well. Your testimony, please. Witness account. It was Christmas Eve just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard a loud bang, or heard this bang come from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Then there was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but the boat. Enough. Huh. Judge, she happened to take the photo of the incident. This is the photo. I accept it as evidence. Well, this is a surprise. This looks the very moment of the murder. Order! I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There are no other boats on the lake. So, the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth. He wants more? Hey, I'm okay with that. Order! 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 I will have order. Well, Judge, the evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Thank you. Wait, Your Honor, I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. Cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words, and they all read guilty. You lose, or do you claim to have found a contradiction in her testimony? Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. Then I will have you held in contempt of court. Nick? Contempt? Contempt of court, you know. I guess I understand. Well, what are you going to do? Do you really think there's a contradiction with this facts in her statement? I think I noticed one little thing. Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. Very well. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time. It was Christmas Eve just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. Why were you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research. What research? This all sounds suspicious. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? Objection sustained. Wait, now, I'm the one who says that. Test, yeah. Well then, say it already. Objection sustained. I heard this bang come up from the lake. So you weren't looking at the lake at that time? Nope. I looked after I heard the noise. She's already said that. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Could you clearly see the men? Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you? Uh-oh. Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking you if you saw the two men. Yeah, well... The witness has testified she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for precious contradictions. He's hiding something. Then there was another bang. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure. Asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. Trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end? There wasn't a nary a thing on the lake but the boat. Are you sure about that? Oh, thanks for the follow, Nuzu. Yeah, sure, as a country gal can be. That sounds pretty sure. How can you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained. That's what I'm... Sustained. Yes, of course. Oh, great. Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. Seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting. But, Your Honor, you keep your promise. Mr. Wright, I am afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Under the water? Yeah, Nick? A lot of his testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy. I know what you mean. Well, especially since she said judge is railroading the case. No, the judge is not. The prosecutor is. She told us that it was foggy out. But if I can't say anything, what can I do? I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. What? Who was that? It was me. Maya? Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities? No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Huh? Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire the pistol? You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst. Answer me, Lotta. What's the big idea treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him. I swear. I saw Edgeworth. Enough, Judge. Declare the defense in contempt of court. Yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave. No. No! Wait! I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. Ha! What's the difference? All that remains is for a guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again. Yeah. You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection. Judge, get a spine. Thank you. What? Mr. Lotta Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again, but he is in contempt of court. No, I am. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately. Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Maya? Peh. I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. I'm running out of time. I'd better find a contradiction in here elsewhere. Begin your cross-examination. Got you, Miss Hart. He's badgering the judge. Unless you're the one who coached and badgered them. Yeah, exactly. Finally. What? What you got? Look at this photograph. The photo I took. The very same. There's something I want you to see in this. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional high-quality film, correct? Yet even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? What? Mr. Wright has a point. That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony, please. Yet now she has said it. Mr. Von Karma, how could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart? What? Could you see the defendant that night? Of course. I said I could, and I meant I could. Then please testify as the circumstances of your sighting. Did it? I finally found a hole in Von Karma's vague testimony. Yeah. Yeah, right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So once I finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out in the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem. Use binoculars. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. This one's better be good. Binoculars? Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars, for that? Huh? I've got doubts about your camera, too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant in this case. You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright. Is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue with the line of questioning. She was hunting Gertie. Gordy. But know this, if you find nothing with this, there will be consequences. Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera? Press further. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. I'm a little overboard there. Orange Newtons, yeah. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera. Yeah, I hear ya. The camera was set up to take pictures of the meteor shower. Miss Hart, what made you choose that lake to photograph meteor showers? You know the fog gets thick on that lake. It's not very suited for stargazing. Yeah, well, you see, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight. Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness because of her challenged intellect. Now, wait a minute! Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was that you saw Miss Edgeworth. Grr. No unnecessary comments, please. When I heard the noise on the lake, I looked through my binoculars. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness' statement? I'm not sure I follow. Clearly a contradict. Hold on. When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. I'm going to find out the hole in this testimony if that's the last thing I do. Boom. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, there. Okay, there it is. That's the one I wanted. You were photographing shooting star? That's a lie. Says who? I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point the camera upward to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Ugh. The witness was not at the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor. Well, then, what exactly was she photographing? Oops, not that one. Take a look at this. What was... that one, thank you. Miss Hart? This is what you were trying to photograph. What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy. Ah, the sighting of Gourd Lake. Well, Miss Hart? I never heard of no lake of monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down there trying to photograph this Gordy. I have it. Proof. Intriguing. Very well, let's see it. And no joking around this time. What is this proof? The witness... This? The proof is your own camera. Huh? Your camera was set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here taken from when a gun fired on the lake. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set your camera to respond to loud noises. Order, order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart? You were camping there, trying to take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah, not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? So smart, boy. Was down there trying to take a photograph of Gordy. You got me, so what? Huh? That don't change what I saw, does it? Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that the witness was an idiot who thinks monsters exist. Hey! But as soon as she secondly said, so what? It changes nothing. Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason, I know it. But what could it have been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Miss Hart? Why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony. Right. Fine, I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Something will change, it has to. And I'm going to spot it. Actually, I'm not a research student at the university. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop I'd get if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out of the lake. There wasn't much else on the lake to look at. I just watched the boat the whole time. And I saw a flash near one of the man's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at the boat the whole time. Cross my heart and hope to fry. Contradicting the validity of your own witness? Another? Yeah. Well, there's apparently two gunshots. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Witness' testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she's a research student or a photographer here has no bearing on this case. There's no need to waste our time with another pointless cross-examination. But only one bullet was found, yeah. One bullet in the heart, yeah. So where'd the other one go? Yeah. I claim the defense's right to cross-examination the witness, Your Honor. He's up to something, I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because of why. Was there a contradiction? Very well, you may begin. You seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind. Haha, that would be the first. Very funny. You understand that this is your last chance at cross-examination, Mr. Wright. If there's no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That was fine. Were you really looking at that boat? What? What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It's the only thing out there. Any normal person would be looking at it. I agree, any normal person would. But you are far from normal. What? Y'all want to step over here and say that? You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't give us about a second thought. Ah! Order. Continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Ah. Well. Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all. Miss Hart? Are you saying that you were not watching the boat then? Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought you knew I could be a witness to a murder and all. Kinda got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat, until now. This is totally uncalled for. But hey, you got the photograph. You got proof. Still, we can't see who is shooting who in this. Right. That's why I took this photo and... Witness, that's enough. You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole. Shut my what? What was she going to say? She took the photo and... Wait a second. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't tell from the photo who is shooting. That's why she said she was going to enlarge the photo. Yeah, I know, right? She enlarged that photo. Why won't it show it? I've got a hunch. I bet the enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. This is my chance. If I'm wrong, though, it'll mean prison for Edgeworth, or worse. What should I do? Make her show the enlargement. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not? Yeah, I did. Why has the enlargement not presented to the court? Because it does not exist. What are y'all talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. You old fool! What is this meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma? Miss Hart? Show the photograph to the court. Show us the enlargement. The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence. Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court. Here it is. It still doesn't show anybody, though. We still cannot see who is firing this. It could be the defendant. Maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll accept this as evidence. Happy now, Mr. Wright? There has to be something. You asked for the enlargement, you got the enlargement. Isn't the judge called for mistrial and contempt of court? Yeah, I know. A little good as it has done any of us. That's why I requested she not show it. Suppose this means that cross-examination is over, obviously. Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lotta Hart. And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of time. Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add? I stated everything I needed to when the trial begins. Yeah. Decisive evidence? A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. Then I believe it is time for me to declare my verdict. Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. There has to be a clue in this photo. Somewhere. This is bad. Real bad. What should I do? I'm going to object to the enlargement. Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement. What? might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about the photo is strange? Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's strange about the photo. Here, Your Honor, the shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter is strange? Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor. The hand? The hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand does what? Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence the left hand contradicts. The evidence is clear. The man in the photograph is holding the pistol in his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene as a court of law. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired the pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim? Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people on the lake that night. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim? There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Order! Order! So are you saying that the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Indeed, that does seem to be the only remaining option. I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. It's 2 shots. One was a misfire. Possibly, Mr. Wright, but suicide is out of the question. What? An examination of the victim's wounds revealed the distance at which he was shot. The distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. A meter? That's 3 feet. There is no way it could have been suicide. Okay, yeah. I can see. No way it could have been suicide. Order! Order! Mr. Von Karma, are you sure the accuracy of your data? Triggered Jan. Of course, I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see. Autopsy report updated. I see. Well, very well. Allow me to state my opinion. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun revealed that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. Court orders the defense and prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That is all. The court is adjourned. 1:15 p.m. Lobby 2. Phew, that was a close one. Hey. Sorry, just gotta get rid of a bot, that's all. Just gotta get rid of a bot. Do not like bots. Hey, don't you have anything else to say? No, I have yet to be declared innocent, right? Well, yeah, but what happened out there on that lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I didn't kill him. I was just kidding around. Look, I'm going to go check on Maya. Oh, right. What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. Would it kill you to just state how you really feel with a thanks, Edgeworth? Yes, it probably would. I requisitioned a transcript of Lotta's entire testimony. Thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course, she didn't see the shooter, so the only part of her testimony that stood out was the bang she heard. Lotta's deposition added to the court. Alright, we're going to call it here, guys, because I'm getting hungry and I got to make some dinner. And we will be back later with some Valhalla, a cyberpunk bartending game. So hopefully you guys will all join me back then. And let's go see who's out there in the meantime. No, close that, close that. Let's see. You know what? Let's go raid OCD. Because he's all... Start a prediction, wonder what chat thinks will happen. Oh, they got something new in there. Okay. So, we're gonna raid... I can never spell his name. There we go. He's playing some Ark Survival Evolved, so we'll be back in about 8:30, or about 9 o'clock, sorry, Pacific Standard Time, and we will play some Valhalla, a cyberpunk bartender game. Thanks, and we'll catch you guys all next time. Laters!